Well, I mean, a whole lot of damage, and I guess what 20-some people died, but 90% of the town is still intact. I was expecting worse. I was expecting downtown to be in trouble as well, but it's clearly up on a hill.
Yeah.
The center of town was on a hill. But it was pretty amazing how far up the hill the waters actually came to destroy those couple of stores that we saw. And we turned around and said, everything's closed. Like, there's no tenants in anything. Boy, it must be bad times down here. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm going to talk politics because it's just on my mind, the whole Zelensky thing. Basically, they're making such a big deal as Trump is the deal master. He's the greatest deal maker in the history of the country. Well, we saw him in action yesterday. Failing, and his technique is put the squeeze on whoever you're talking to. Like, basically tell him, you're screwed unless you cave and give me everything I want. That's how he makes deals. He screws the little guy. And that was just so evident yesterday. They're saying Zelensky should resign. What did he do other than get attacked? Verbally, in this case, and militarily previously.
Sears and others, Saturday, March 8th, Foundation for Parks in Springfield.
Oh, we got
seats go to support the renovation of the new.
Can you solve that problem?
Drax inched the wheel of the Mercedes to the right and, at the horrible crash of metal,
he's chasing him,
whipped it
right?
back again to correct the slew of his tail.
Yes.
Bravo! Bravo! Screamed Krebs, beside himself with excitement, as he knelt on the seat and looked back. Double somersault! Jumps the hedge upside down! I think he's burning already! Yes, there are flames! That'll give our fine Mr. Bond something to think about, snarled Drax.
But it wasn't Bond's car that went up in flames. It was the other one that
His
came
face
in.
a tight mask, had hardly checked his speed, and there was nothing but revenge in his mind as he hurtled on after the flying Mercedes. He had seen it all. The grotesque flight of the red car as it turned over and over, the flying figure of the driver, his arms and legs spread-eagled as he soared out of the driving seat, and the final thunder as the car hurtled the hedge upside down and crashed into the field. As he flashed by, noting the horrible graffiti of the black skid marks across the tarmac, his mind recorded one final macabre touch. Somehow, undamaged in the holocaust, the wind horn was still making contact, and its ululations were going on up to the sky, stridently clearing imaginary roads for the passage of Attaboy 2. Bum bim bum bum, bum bim bum bum. So, a murder had taken place in front of his eyes, or at any rate, an attempted murder. So whatever his motives, Sir Hugo Drax had declared war and didn't mind Bond knowing it. This made a lot of things easier. It meant that Drax was a criminal and probably a maniac. Above all, it meant certain danger for the New Ranger. That was enough for Bond. He reached under the dashboard
Bond
and
hasn't
from its
figured out what's
concealed
going on
holster
yet. It's only
drew out the
real, right?
long-barreled 45 Colt Army Special and laid it on the seat beside him. The battle was now in the open, and somehow the Mercedes must be stopped. Using the road as if it was Donington, Bond rammed his foot down and kept it there. Gradually, with the needle switching either side of the 100 mark, he began to narrow the gap. Drax took the left-hand fork at Charing and hissed up the long hill. Ahead, in the giant beam of his headlights, one of Bowater's huge 8-wheeled AEC diesel carriers was just grinding into the first bend of the hairpin. Labouring under the 14 tons of newsprint it was taking on a night run to one of the East Kent newspapers. Drax cursed under his breath as he saw the long carrier with the 20 gigantic rolls, each containing 5 miles of newsprint, roped to its platform, right in the middle of the tricky S-bend at the top of the hill. He looked in the driving mirror and saw the Bentley coming into the fore. And then Drax had his idea. Krebs! The word was a pistol shot. Get out your knife! There was a sharp click, and the stiletto was in Krebs's hand. One didn't dawdle when there was that note in the master's voice. I'm going to slow down behind this lorry. Take your shoes and socks off and climb out onto the bonnet, and when I come up behind the lorry, jump onto it. I shall be going at walking pace. It will be safe. Cut the ropes that hold the rolls of paper, the left ones first, then the right. I shall have pulled up level with the lorry, and when you have cut the second lot, jump into the car. Be careful you are not swept off with the paper. Verstanden? Also, Hals- und Beinbruch. Drax doused his headlights and swept round the bend at 80. The lorry was 20 yards ahead, and Drax had to brake hard to avoid crashing into its tail. The Mercedes executed a dry skid until its radiator was almost underneath the platform of the carrier. Drax changed down to second. Now! He held the car steady as a rock as Krebs, with bare feet, went over the windscreen and scrambled along the shining bottom, his knife in his hand. With a leap, he was up and hacking at the left-hand ropes. Drax pulled away to the right and crawled up level with the rear wheels of the diesel, the oily smoke from its exhaust in his eyes and nostrils. Bond's lights were just showing round the bend. There was a series of huge thuds as the left-hand rolls poured off the back of the lorry into the road and went hurtling off into the darkness, and more thuds as the right-hand ropes parted. One roll burst as it landed, and Drax heard a tearing rattle as the unwinding paper crashed back down the 1 in 10 gradient. Released of its load, the lorry almost bounded forward, and Drax had to accelerate a little to catch the flying figure of Krebs, who landed half across Gala's back and half into the front seat. Drax stamped his foot into the floor and sped off up the hill, ignoring a shout from the lorry driver above the clatter of the diesel pistons as he shot ahead. As he hurtled round the next bend, he saw the shaft of 2 headlights curve up into the sky above the tops of the trees until they were almost vertical. They wavered there for an instant, and then the beams whirled away across the sky and went out. A great barking laugh broke out of Drax as for a split second he took his eyes off the road and raised his face triumphantly towards the stars. Chapter 21. The Persuader. Krebs echoed the maniac laugh with a high giggle. A master stroke, mein Kapitän! You should have seen them charge off down the hill. The one that burst wunderschön, like the lavatory paper of a giant. That one will have made a pretty parcel of him. He was just coming around the bend, and the second salvo was as good as the first. Did you see the driver's face? Zum Kotzen! And the firma, Bowater. A fine paper chase they have got on their hands. You did well, said Drax briefly, his mind elsewhere. Suddenly he pulled into the side of the road with a scream of protest from the tires. Donnerwetter, he said angrily as he started to turn the car. But we can't leave the man there. We must get him. The car was already hissing back down the road. Gun, ordered Drax briefly. They passed the lorry at the top of the hill. It was stopped, and there was no sign of the driver, probably telephoning to the company for brass. Slowing up as they went 3 houses, and a group of people were standing round one of the rolls of newsprint that lay amongst the ruins of their front gate. There were more rolls in the hedge on the right side of the road. On the left, a telegraph pole, ledged drunkenly, snapped in the middle. Then at the next bend was the beginning of a great confusion of paper stretching away down the long hill, festooning the hedges and the road like the sweepings of some elephantine fancy dress ball. The Bentley had nearly broken through the railings that fenced off the right of the bend from a steep bank. Amidst a puzzle of twisted iron stanchions, it hung, nose down, with one wheel still attached to the broken back axle, poised crookedly over its rump like a surrealist umbrella. Drax pulled up, and he and Krebs got out and stood quietly, listening. There was no sound except the distant rumination of a car travelling fast on the Asheville road and the chirrup of a sleepless cricket. With their guns out, they walked cautiously over to the remains of the Bentley, their feet crunching the broken glass on the road. Deep furrows had been cut across the brass verge, and there was a strong smell of petrol and burnt rubber in the air. The hot metal of the car ticked and crackled softly, and steam was still fountaining from the shattered radiator. Bond was lying, face downwards at the bottom of the bank, 20 feet away from the car. Krebs turned him over. His face was covered with blood, but he was breathing. They searched him thoroughly, and Drax pocketed the slim Beretta. Then together they hauled him across the road and wedged him into the back seat of the Mercedes, half on top of Gala. When she realized who it was, she gave her high power. Snarled Drax. Good. I don't want any mistakes. He had an afterthought. And then back to the wreck and get the number plates. Hurry, I will watch the road. Krebs pulled a rug over the two inert bodies and jumped out of the car. Using his knife and screwdriver, he was soon back with the plates. And the big car started to move just as a group of the local residents appeared, walking nervously down the hill, shining their torches over the scene of devastation. Krebs grinned happily to himself at the thought of the stupid English having to clean up all this mess. He settled himself back to enjoy the part of the drive he had always liked best, the spring woods full of bluebells and celandines on the way to Chile. They had made him particularly happy at night, lit up amongst the green torches of the young trees by the great headlamps of the Mercedes. They made him think of the earth, and of driving along in a captured American Jeep with, just like tonight, his adored leader at the wheel. Yata had been a long time coming, but now it was here. With young Krebs in the van, at last the cheering crowds, the medals, the women, the flowers. He gazed out at the fleeting hosts of bluebells and felt warm and happy. Gala could taste Bond's blood. His face was beside hers on the leather seat, and she shifted to give him more room. His breathing was heavy and irregular, and she wondered how badly he was hurt. Tentatively, she whispered into his ear, and then louder. He groaned, and his breath came faster. "James," she whispered urgently. "James!" He mumbled something, and she pushed hard against him. He uttered a string of obscenities, and his body heaved. He lay still again. She could almost feel him exploring his sensations. "It's me, Gala." She felt him stiffen. "Christ," he said. "Hell of a mess. Are you all right? Is anything broken?" She felt it. "Seems all right," he said. "Crack on the head. Am I talking sense?" "Of course," said Gala. "Now listen." Hurriedly, she told him all she knew, beginning with the notebook. His body was as rigid as a board against her, and he hardly breathed as he listened to the incredible story. Then they were running into Canterbury, and Bond put his mouth to her ear. "I'm going to try and chuck myself over the back," he whispered. "Get to a telephone."
And try and chuck myself over the back.
He started to heave himself up on his knees, his weight almost grinding the breath out of the girl. There was a sharp crack, and he fell back on top of her. "Another move out of you and you are dead," said the voice of Krebs, coming softly between the front seats. Only another 20 minutes to the site. Gala gritted her teeth and set about bringing Bond back to consciousness again. She had only just succeeded when the car drew up at the door of the launching dome, and Krebs, a gun in his hand, was undoing the bonds round their ankles. They had a glimpse of the familiar moonlit cement and of the semicircle of guards some distance away before they were hustled through the door, and when their shoes had been torn off by Krebs, out onto the iron catwalk inside the launching dome. There, the gleaming rocket stood, beautiful, innocent, like a new toy for Cyclops. But there was a horrible smell of chemicals in the air, and to Bond, the Moonraker was a giant hypodermic needle ready to be plunged into the heart of England. Despite a growl from Krebs, he paused on the stairway and looked up at its glittering nose. 1,000,000 deaths. 1,000,000. 1,000,000. 1,000,000. On his hands. Say, on his hands? With Krebs's gun prodding him, he went slowly down the steps on the heels of Gala. As he turned through the doors of Drax's office, he pulled himself together. Suddenly his mind was clear, and all the lethargy and pain had left his body. Something, anything, must be done. Somehow he would find a way. His whole body and mind became focused and sharp as a blade. His eyes were alive again, and defeat sloughed off him like the skin of a snake. Drax had gone ahead and was sitting at his desk. He had a Luger in his hand. It was pointing at a spot halfway between Bond and Gala, and it was steady as a rock. Behind him, Bond heard the double doors thud shut. "I was one of the best shots in the Brandenburg division," said Drax conversationally. "Tie her to that chair, Krebs." Then an ad. Gala looked desperately at Bond. "You won't shoot," said Bond. "You'd be afraid of touching off the fuel." He walked slowly towards the desk. Drax smiled cheerfully and looked along the barrel of Bond's stomach. "Your memory is bad, Englishman," he said flatly. "I told you this room is cut off from the shaft by the double doors. Another step, and you will have no stomach." Bond looked at the confident, narrow eyes and stopped. "Go ahead, Krebs." When they were both tied securely and painfully to the arms and legs of two tubular steel chairs a few feet apart beneath the glass wall mat, Krebs left the room. He came back in a moment with a mechanic's blowtorch. He set the ugly machine on the desk, pumped air into it with a few brisk strokes of the plunger, and set a match to it. A blue flame hissed out a couple of inches into the room. He picked up the instrument and walked towards Gala. He stopped a few feet to one side of her. "Now then," said Drax grimly, "let's get this over without any fuss. The good Krebs is an artist with one of those things. We used to call him der Zwangsmann, the persuader. I shall never forget the way he went over the last spy we caught together. Just south of the Rhine, wasn't it, Krebs?" Bond pricked up his ears. "Yes, mein Kapitän," Krebs chuckled reminiscently. "It was a pig of a Belgian." "All right then," said Drax. "Just remember, you two, there's no fair play down here, no jolly good sports and all that. This is business." The voice cracked like a whip on the word. "You," he looked at Gala Brown. "Who are you working for?" Gala sighed. "Any way you like, Krebs." Krebs's mouth was half open. His tongue ran up and down his lower lip. He seemed to be having difficulty with his breathing. They were of no conceivable use to Drax. In any case, by tomorrow afternoon, there might be Scotland Yard. "That's better," said Drax. "To smoke and get rid of the body. The lance of something. And if the Yard knows, why aren't they here already? No, our chance may come. The Bentley will be found. Valance may get worried when he doesn't hear from me." "No," he said. "If I had, they'd be here by now." "True," said Drax reflectively. "In that case, I am no longer interested in you, and I congratulate you on making the interview so harmonious. It might have been more difficult if you had been alone. A girl is always useful on these occasions. Krebs, put that down. You may go. Tell the others what is necessary. They will be wondering. I shall entertain our guests for a while, and then I shall come up to the house. See the car gets properly washed down, the back seat, and get rid of the marks on the right-hand side. Tell them to take the whole panel off if necessary, or they can set fire to the damn thing. We shan't be needing it anymore." He laughed abruptly. "Verstanden?" "Yes, mein Kapitän." Krebs reluctantly placed the softly roaring blowtorch on the desk beside Drax. "In case you need it," he said, looking hopefully at Gala and Bond. He went out through the double doors. Drax put the Luger down on the desk in front of him. He opened a drawer and took out a cigar and lit it from a Ronson desk lighter. Then he settled himself comfortably. There was silence in the room for several minutes while Drax puffed contentedly at his cigar. Then he seemed to make up his mind. He looked benevolently at Bond. "You don't know how I have longed for an English audience," he said, as if he was addressing a press conference. "You don't know how I have longed to tell my story. As a matter of fact, a full account of my operations is now in the hands of a very respectable firm of Edinburgh solicitors. I beg their pardon, writers to the signet. well out of danger. He beamed from one to the other. And these good folk have instructions to open the envelope on the completion of the first successful flight of the Moonraker. But you lucky people shall have a preview of what I've written. And then, when tomorrow at noon you see through those open doors, he gestured to his right, the first wisp of steam from the turbines, and know that you are to be burnt alive in about half a second, you will have the momentary satisfaction of knowing what it is all in aid of, as, he grinned wolfishly, we Englishmen say. You can spare us the jokes, said Bond roughly. Get on with your story, Kraut. Drax's eyes blazed momentarily. Kraut. Yes, I am indeed a Reichsdeutscher. The mouth beneath the red moustache savoured the fine word. And even England will soon agree that they have been licked by just one single German. And then perhaps they'll stop calling us Krauts. By order! The words were yelled out, and the whole of Prussian militarism was in the parade ground bellow. Drax glowered across the desk at Bond, the great splayed teeth under the red moustache tearing nervously at one fingernail after another. Then, with an effort, he crammed his right hand into his trouser pocket, as if to put it out of temptation, and picked up his cigar with his left. He puffed at it for a moment, and then, his voice still taut, he began. Chapter 22, Pandora's Box. My real name, said Drax, addressing himself to Bond, is Graf Hugo von der Drache. My mother was English, and because of her I was educated in England until I was 12. Then I could stand this filthy country no longer, and I completed my education in Berlin and Leipzig. Bond could imagine that the hulking body with the ogre's teeth had not been very welcome at an English private school, and being a foreign count with a mouthful of names would not have helped much. When I was 20, Drax's eyes glowed reminiscently, I went to work in the family business. It was a subsidiary of the great steel combine Rheinmetall Börse. Never heard of it, I suppose? Well, if you'd been hit by an 88mm shell during the war, it would probably have been one of theirs. Our subsidiary were experts in special steels, and I learned all about them and a lot about the aircraft industry. Our most exacting customers. That's when I first heard about columbite, worth diamonds in those days. Then I joined the party, and almost immediately we were at war. A wonderful time. I was 28 and a lieutenant in the 140th Panzer Regiment, and we ran through the British Army in France like the ninth through. Intoxicating. For a moment, Drax puffed luxuriously at his cigar, and Bond guessed that he was seeing the burning villages of Belgium in the smoke. Those were great days, my dear Bond. Drax reached out a long arm and tapped the ash of his cigar off onto the floor. Then I was picked out for the Brandenburg Division, and I had to leave the girls and the champagne and go back to Germany and start training for the big water jump to England. My English was needed in the division. We were all going to be in English uniforms. It would have been fun. But the damn general said it couldn't be done, and I was transferred to the Foreign Intelligence Service of the SS. The RSHA, it was called. And SS Obergruppenführer Kaltenbrunner, just taken over the command after Heinrich was assassinated in 42. He was a good man, and I was under the direct orders of a still better one, Obersturmbannführer. He rolled out the delicious title with relish, Otto Skorzeny. His job in the RSHA was terrorism and sabotage. A pleasant interlude, my dear boy, during which I was able to bring many an Englishman to book, which, Drax beamed coldly at Bob, gave me much leisure. But then, Drax's fist crashed down on the desk. Hitler was betrayed again by those swinish generals, and the English and Americans were allowed to land in France. Too bad, said Bond dryly. Yes, my dear Bond, it was indeed too bad. Drax chose to ignore the irony. But for me, it was the high spot of the whole war. Skorzeny turned all his saboteurs and terrorists into SS Jagdverband for use behind the enemy lines. Each Jagdverband was divided into Streifkorps and then into commandos, each carrying the names of its commanding officer, with the rank of Oberleutnant. Drax swelled visibly. At the head of Kommando Drache, I went through the American lines with the famous 150 Panzer Brigade in the Ardennes breakthrough in December 44. No doubt, you will remember the effect of this brigade in its American uniforms and with its captured American tanks and vehicles. Colossal! When the brigade had to withdraw, I stayed where I was and went to ground in the forests of Ardennes, 50 miles behind the Allied lines. There were 20 of us, 10 good men and 10 Hitlerjugend werewolves. In their teens, good lads, all of them. And, by a coincidence, in charge of them was a young man called Krebs, who turned out to have certain gifts which qualified him for the post of executioner and persuader to our merry little band. Drax chuckled pleasantly. Bond licked his lips as he remembered the crack Krebs's head had made against the dressing table. Had he kicked him as hard as he possibly could? Yes, his memory reassured him, with every ounce of strength he could put into his shoe. We stayed in those woods for 6 months, continued Drax proudly. And all the time we reported back to the fatherland by radio, the location vans never spotted us. Then, one day, disaster came. Drax shook his head at the memory. There was a big farmhouse a mile away from our hideout in the forest. A lot of Nissen huts had been built round it, and it was used as a rear headquarters for some sort of liaison group, English and Americans. A hopeless place. No discipline, no security, and full of hangers-on and shirkers from all over the place. We had kept an eye on it for some time, and one day I decided to blow it up. It was a simple plan. In the evening, 2 of my men, one in American uniform and one in British, were to drive up in a captured scout car containing 2 tons of explosive. There was a car park, no sentries of course, near the mess hall, and they were to run the car in as close to the mess hall as possible, time the fuse for 7 o'clock, dinner hour, and then get away. All quite easy, and I went off that morning on my own business and left the job to my second in command. I was dressed in the uniform of your signal corps, and I set off on a captured British motorcycle to shoot a dispatch rider from the same unit who made a daily run along a nearby road. Sure enough, he came along dead on time, and I went after him out of a side road. I caught up with him, said Drax conversationally, and shot him in the back, took his papers and put him on top of his machine in the woods and set fire to him. Drax saw the fury in Bond's eyes and held up his hand. Not very sporting, my dear chap. The man was already dead. However, to continue, I went on my way, and then what should happen? One of our own planes, coming back from a reconnaissance, came after me down the road with his cannon. One of our own planes blasted me right off the road. God knows how long I lay in the ditch. Sometime in the afternoon, I came to for a bit and had the sense to hide my cap and jacket and the dispatches in the hedge. They're probably still there. I must go and collect them one day. Interesting souvenirs. Then I set fire to the remains of the motorcycle, and I must have fainted again, because the next thing I knew, I had been picked up by a British vehicle, and we were driving into that damned liaison headquarters, believe it or not. And there was the scout car right up alongside the mess hall. It was too much for me. I was full of shell splinters, and my leg was broken. Well, I fainted, and when I came round, there was half the hospital on top of me, and I only had half a face. He put up his hand and stroked the shiny skin on his
He was
left
captured and taken to the place they were
After
building.
that, it was just a question of acting a part. They had no idea who I was. The car that had picked me up had gone or been blown to pieces. I was just an Englishman, in an English shirt and trousers, who was nearly dead. Drax paused and took out another cigar and lit it. There was silence in it, save for the soft, diminished roar of the blowtorch. Its threatening voice was quieter. Pressure running out, reflected Bond. He turned his head and looked at Gala. For the first time he saw the ugly bruise behind her left ear. He gave her a smile of encouragement, and she smiled wryly back. Drax spoke through the cigar smoke. There's not much more to tell, he said. During the year that I was being pushed from one hospital to the next, I made my plans down to the smallest detail. They consisted quite simply of revenge on England for what she had done to me and to my country. It gradually became an obsession, I admit it. Every day during the year of the rape and destruction of my country, my hatred and scorn for the English grew more bitter. The veins on Drax's face started to swell, and suddenly he pounded on the desk and shouted across at them, looking with bulging eyes from one to the other, I loathe and despise You swine! Useless, idle, decadent fools, hiding behind your bloody white cliffs while other people fight your battles. Too weak to defend your colonies, toadying to America with your hats in your hands. Stinking snobs who'll do anything for money. Ha! It's triumphant. I knew that all I needed was money, gentlemen, boy. To me, a gentleman is those bloody fools in blades, for instance. Moneyed oafs. For months I took thousands of pounds off them, swindled them right under their noses until you came along and upset the apple cart. Drax's eyes narrowed. What put you on to the cigarette case? He asked sharply. Bond shrugged his shoulders. My eyes, he said, indifferently. Ah, well, said Drax. Perhaps I was a bit careless that night. But where was I? Ah, yes, in hospital. And the good doctors were so anxious to help me find out who I really was. Easy. So cunning. From the identities they offered me so helpfully, I came upon the name. They were very proud. Yes, they and they delivered Jewish monster. Now Drax was talking faster. The words poured excitedly from his lips. Bond watched a fleck of foam gather at one corner of his mouth and groaned. Ha! It was easy! Crack on his bald skull. £15,000 in the safe, and then away and out of the country. Tangier, where you could do anything, buy anything, fix anything. Columbite, rarer than platinum, and everyone would want it. The jet age. I knew about these things. I had not forgotten my own profession. And then, by God, I worked. For 5 years, I lived for money, and I was brave as a lion. I took terrible risks, and suddenly the first million was there. The second, the fifth, the 20th. Came back to England. I spent $1 million on it.
And coffee.
In wine.
And gas.
And then I
Okay.
went back to Germany. I found Krebs. I found 50 of them. Loyal Germans, brilliant technicians, all living under false names like so many others of my old comrades. I gave them orders, and they waited, peacefully, innocently. And where was I? Drax stared across at Bond, his eyes wide. I was in Moscow. Moscow! A man with Columbite to sell can go anywhere. I got to the right people. They listened to my plans. They gave me Vita, the new genius of their guided missile station at Peenemünde, and the good Russians started to build the atomic warhead. He gestured up to the ceiling. That is now waiting up there. Then I came back to London. A pause for Drax. He burst into a roar of laughter. England! At my feet! Every bloody fool in the country! And then my men came over and we start under the very skirts of Britannia, on top of her famous cliffs. We were devils. We built a jetty into your English Channel for supplies from my good friends the Russians that came in dead on time last Monday night. But then Talon has to hear something, the old fool. He talks to the ministry, but Krebs is listening. There were 50 volunteers to kill the man. Lots are drawn, and March dies a hero's death. Drax paused. He will not be forgotten. Then he went on. The new warhead is hoisted into place. It fits. A perfect piece of design. The same weight. Everything perfect. And the old one, the tin can full of the ministry's cherished instruments, is now in Stettin, behind the Iron Curtain. And the faithful submarine is on her way back here and will soon, he looked at his watch, be creeping under the waters of the English Channel to take us all off 1 minute past midday tomorrow. Drax wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and lay back in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling, his eyes full of visions. Suddenly he chuckled and squinted quizzically down his nose at Bond. And do you know what we shall do first when we go on board? We shall shave off those famous moustaches you were so interested in. Ah, you smelt a mouse, my dear Bond, where you ought to have smelt a rat. Those shaven heads and those moustaches we all cultivated so assiduously, Just a precaution, my dear fellow. Try shaving your own head and growing a big black moustache. Even your mother wouldn't recognize you. It's the combination that counts. Just a tiny refinement. Precision, my dear fellow. Precision in every detail. That has been my watchword. He chuckled fatly and puffed away at his cigar. Suddenly, he looked sharply, suspiciously up at Bond. Well, say something. Don't sit there like a dummy. What do you think of my story? Don't you think it's extraordinary, remarkable? For one man to have done all that, come on, come on. A hand came up to his mouth, and he started tearing furiously at his nails. Then it was plunged back into his pocket, and his eyes became cruel and cold. Or do you want me to have to send for Holmes? He made a gesture towards the house telephone on his desk. The persuader. Poor Holmes. He's like a child who's had his toys taken away from him. Perhaps Walter. He looked levelly at the great red face across the desk. It's a remarkable case history. Galloping paranoia, delusions of jealousy and persecution, megalomaniac hatred and desire for revenge. Curiously enough, he went on conversationally, it may have something to do with your teeth. Diastema, they call it. Comes from sucking your thumb. Yes, I expect that's what psychology is. Being bullied in school and so on. Extraordinary the effect it has on the child. Then Nazism helped to fan the flames, and then came the crack on your ugly head. The crack you engineered yourself. I expect that settled it. From then on, you were really mad. Same sort of thing as people who think they're God. Extraordinary what tenacity they have. Absolute fanatics. You're almost a genius. Lombroso would have been delighted. As it is, you're just a mad dog that'll have to be shot, or else you commit suicide. Paranoics generally do. Too bad. Sad business. Bond paused and put all the scorn he could summon into his voice. And now, let's get on with this farce, you great hairy-faced lunatic. It worked. With every word, Drax's face had become more contorted with rage. His eyes were red with it. The sweat of fury was dripping off his jowls onto his shirt. The lips were drawn back from the gaping teeth, and a string of saliva had crept out of his mouth and was hanging down from his chin. Now, at the last private school insult that must have awoken God knows what stinging memories, he leapt up from his chair and lunged round the desk at Bond, his hairy fists flailing. Bond gritted his teeth and took it. When Drax had twice had to pick the chair up with Bond in it, the tornado of rage suddenly passed. He took out his silk handkerchief and wiped his face and hands. Then he walked quietly to the door and spoke across the lolling head of Bond to the girl. I don't think you two will give me any more trouble, he said, and his voice was quite calm and certain. Krebs never makes a mistake with his notes. He gesticulated towards the bloody figure in the other chair. When he wakes up, he said, you can tell him that these doors will open once more, just before noon tomorrow. A few minutes later, there will be nothing left of either of you. Not even, he added as he wrenched open the inner door, the stoppings in your teeth. The outer
So
door
you know what he's
slammed.
doing to them, right?
Bond
The
slowly
rocket
raised
blast.
his head
Now
and
that
grinned
was in the
painfully at the
movie.
girl with his blood-stained lips. Had to get him mad, he said with difficulty. Didn't want to give him time to think. Had to work up a brainstorm. Garner looked at him uncomprehendingly, her eyes wide at the terrible mask of his face. It's all right, said Bond thickly. Don't worry, London's okay. Got a plan. Over on the desk, the blowtorch gave a quiet plop and went out. Chapter 23. Zero Minus. Through half-closed eyes, Bond looked intently at the torch, while for a few precious seconds he sat. He felt as if it had been used as a football, but there was nothing broken. Drax had hit him unscientifically, and with the welter of blows of a drunken man. Gala watched him anxiously. The eyes in the bloody face were almost shut, but the line of the jaw was taut with concentration, and she could feel the effort of will he was making. He gave his head a shake, and when he turned towards her, she could see that his eyes were feverish with triumph. He nodded towards the desk.
"The lighter," he said urgently. "I had to try and make him forget it. Follow me. I'll show you."
He started to rock the light steel chair inch by inch towards the desk.
"For God's sake, don't tip over or we've had it. But make it fast or the blow lamp will get cold."
Uncomprehendingly, and feeling almost as if they were playing some ghastly children's game, Gala carefully rocked her way across the floor in his wing. Seconds later, Bond told her to stop beside the desk, while he went rocking on round to Drax's chair. Then he maneuvered himself into position opposite his target, and with a sudden lurch, heaved himself and the chair forward so that his head came down. There was a painful crack as the Ronson desk lighter connected with his teeth, but his lips held it, and the top of it was in his mouth as he heaved the chair back with just enough force to prevent it spilling over. Then he started his patient journey back to where Gala was sitting at the corner of the desk on which Krebs had left the blow lamp. He rested until his breath was steady again.
"Now, we come to the difficult part," he said grimly, "while I try to get this torch going. You get your chair round so that your right arm is as close in front of me as possible."
Obediently, she edged herself round, while Bond swayed his chair so that it leant against the edge of the desk and allowed his mouth to reach forward and grip the handle of the blowtorch between his teeth. Then he eased the torch towards him, and after minutes of patient work, he had the torch and the lighter arranged to his liking at the edge of the desk. He bent down, closed the valve of the torch with his teeth, and proceeded to get pressure back by slowly and repeatedly pulling up the plunger with his lips and pressing it back with his chin. His face could feel the warmth in the preheater, and he could smell the remnants of gas in it. If only it hadn't cooled off too much. He straightened up.
"Last lap, Gala," he said, smiling crookedly at her. "I may have to hurt you a bit. All right?"
"Of course," said Gala.
"Then here goes," said Bond.
And he bent forward and released the safety valve on the left of the canister. Then he quickly bent forward over the Ronson, which was standing at right angles and just below the neck of the torch, and with his two front teeth pressed down sharply on the ignition lever. It was a horrible maneuver, and though he whipped back his head with the speed of a snake, he let out a gasp of pain as the blue fire torch seared across his bruised cheek and the bridge of his nose. But the vaporized paraffin was hissing out its vital tongue of flame, and he shook the water out of it.
There's every food place imaginable, but it's a Starbucks. Get off right here.
Yeah.
Go to the shelf. Maybe I just put coffee in there.
Alright.
And then we have to do is figure out how to return the car.
Use the left lane to take the ramp to Shelby, then turn left onto North Carolina
Straight
18
across.
South. At the light, turn left onto North Carolina 18 South.
Yeah, I'll just get coffee in there. I'll go to the bathroom. Get Cass. Check my phone. Think he was going there?
I don't know. Well, not now.
his streaming eyes and bent his head almost at right angles, and again got his teeth.
Yeah.
Alright, we have to check the
True.
travel to
Do we want to do the same plan of drop off the golf bags, or just?
I think so.
Right.
Well, we'll drop off everything this time.
All right. And then you'll just meet me wherever that is. Inside.
Hourly deck. Any available levels and spots. Daily deck. Express deck. Daily deck. So, memorize those. We got to just go to hourly, daily, or daily north. Didn't I go to daily deck
I think so.
to pick it up? So maybe that's where I go back.
Head southwest, then turn left.
Don't you think I want to just go straight?
Turn left,
Yep.
then use the right lane to take the ramp to
Can't be in that
Hickory.
And it's
Use
green.
the right lane to take the ramp to Hickory.
Yeah.
600
That was
feet,
easy.
merge onto I-40
Yep.
East.
So they're not gonna get, well, I guess they already are in the place where they're gonna get fried, right?
Yes.
Which was also Drax's office.
Yes.
And the sub is what brought the nuclear weapon. And that's what the guy saw that was killed.
Maybe. I didn't catch that part.
No, I don't think they mentioned it other than they were right on time and they're going to pick to drop off the bomb. But because he had points, yeah. So he went up to the roof with really good binoculars and saw the sub. They were night vision. But why would he then just go to a pub and hang out?
I don't know.
Where he got shot. Miles till we turn.
So, but why are the Russians giving him this?
Giving him a nuclear bomb? The
Yeah.
Soviets? Because we're in a Cold War.
Yeah, but he was fighting the Soviets in World War II.
Yeah, but after the war, they had a common enemy. I would guess that would be the reason.
Keep going.
Sure, let's finish this sucker.
How do we figure out? Oh God, Moonraker.
How do we figure out
To the
what?
handle of the blowtorch.
How many there are?
Moonrakers?
No. How many chapters are left? How much time is
I
left?
don't know. We're getting close.
He thought his jaw would break with the weight of the thing, and the nerves of his front teeth screamed at
So
him.
he's gonna
But he swayed his
use
chair
the
carefully
blowtorch to
upright,
burn
away from
the
the desk,
ropes off
and then
of
strained his
Gala
bent
Brand.
neck forward until the tip of blue fire from the torch was biting into the flex that bound Gala's right wrist to the arm of her chair. He tried desperately to keep the flame steady, but the breath rasped through the girl's teeth as the handle shifted between his jaws, and the flame of the torch brushed her forearm. But then it was over. Melted by the fierce heat, the copper strands parted one by one, and suddenly Gala's right arm was free, and she was reaching to take the torch out of Bond's mouth. Bond's head fell back onto his shoulders, and he twisted his neck luxuriously to get the blood moving in the aching muscles. Almost before he knew it, Gala was bending over his arms and legs, and he too was free. As he sat still for a moment, his eyes closed, waiting for the life to come back into his body, he suddenly, delightedly felt Gala's soft lips on his mouth. He opened his eyes. She was standing in front of him, her eyes shining. "That's for what you did," she said seriously. "You're a wonderful girl," he said simply. But then, knowing what he was going to have to do, knowing that while she might conceivably survive, he had another few minutes to live, he closed his eyes so that she should not see the hopelessness in them. Gala saw the expression on his face, and she turned away. She thought it was only exhaustion and the cumulative effect of what his body had suffered, and she suddenly remembered the peroxide in the washroom next to her office. She went through the communicating door. How extraordinary it was to see her familiar things again. It must be sat at that desk and typed letters and powdered her nose. She shrugged her shoulders and went into the little washroom. God, what a sight! And God, how tired she felt. But first, she took a towel and a peroxide and went back and spent 10 minutes attending to the battlefield, which was on his face. He sat silent, hands resting on her waist, and then, when she had gone back into the room, shut the door of the washroom behind her, he got up, turned off the still hissing, and ruefully as he surveyed his battered face in the mirror. He put on his clothes and went back to Drax's desk, which he saw. It yielded only one prize, the office bottle, a half-full bottle of Hagen Hay. He fetched 2 glasses and some water, and called to Gala. He heard the door of the washroom open. "What is it?" "Whiskey." "You drink. I'll be ready in a minute." Bond looked at the bottle and poured himself 3/4 of a tooth glass and drank it straight down in 2 gulps. Then he gingerly lit a blessed cigarette and sat on the edge of the desk and felt the liquor burn down through his stomach into his legs. He picked up the bottle again and looked at it. Plenty for Gala, and a whole full glass for himself before he walked out through the door. Better than nothing. It would be too excited. Long walking out, no looking back. Conceal, and the angry whelp. Bond gave her a drink. Their glasses. Stood up. Listen, Gala, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. It over, so I'll make it short. Hold on. James! She cried. She stepped close to him. Don't go on. I know you're going to say something dreadful. Please, stop, James. Come on, Gala, said Bond roughly. What the hell does it matter? It's a bloody miracle we have got the chance. He moved away from her. He walked to the doors leading out into the shaft. And then, he said, and he held up the precious lighter in his right hand, I shall walk out of here and shut the doors and go and light a last cigarette under the tail of the Moonraker. God, she whispered. What are you saying? You're mad. She looked at him through eyes wide with horror. Don't be ridiculous, said Bond impatiently. What the hell else is there to do? The explosion will be so terrific that one won't feel anything. And it's bound to work with all that fuel vapor hanging around. It's me or a million people in London. The warhead won't go off. Atom bombs don't explode like that. It'll be melted probably. There's just a chance you may get away. Most of the explosion will take the line of least resistance through the roof and down the exhaust pit if I can work machinery that opens up the floor. He smiled. Cheer up, he said, walking over to her and taking one of her hands. The boy stood on the burning deck. I've wanted to copy him since I was 5. Gala pulled her hand away. I don't care what you say, she said angrily. We've got to think of something else. You don't trust me to have any ideas. You just tell me what you think we've got to do. She walked over to the wall map and pressed down the switch. Of course, if we have to use the lighter, we have to. She gazed at the map of the false flight plan, barely seeing it. But the idea of you walking in there alone and standing in the middle of all those ghastly fumes from the fuel and calmly flicking that thing and then being blown to dust? And anyway, if we have to do it, then we'll do it together. I'd rather that than be burnt to death in here. And anyway, she paused, I'd like to go with you. We're in this together. Bond's eyes were tender as he walked towards her and put an arm round her waist and hugged her to him. Gala, you're a darling, he said simply. And if there's any other way, we'll take it. He looked at his watch. It's past midnight.
There is
and we've
one
got to
other way.
decide quickly. At any moment, it may occur to Drax to send guards down to see that we're all right, and God knows what time he'll be coming down to set the gyros. Gala twisted her body round like a cat. She gazed at him with her mouth open, her face taut with excitement. Gyros, she whispered. To set the gyros. She leaned weakly back against the wall, her eyes searching Bond's face. Don't you see? Her voice was on the edge of hysteria. After he's gone, we could alter the gyros back to the old flight plan. Then the rocket will simply fall into the North Sea where it's supposed to go. She stepped away from the wall and seized his shirt in both hands and looked imploringly at him. Can't we? She said. Can't we? Do you know the other settings? Asked Bond sharply. Of course I do, she said urgently. I've been living with them for a year. We won't have a weather report, but we'll just have to chance that. The forecast this morning said we would have the same conditions as today. By God, said Bond. We might do it. If only we can hide somewhere and make Drax think we've escaped. What about the exhaust pit? If I can work the machine to open the floor. It's a straight 100-foot drop, said Gala, shaking her head. And the walls are polished steel, just like glass. And there's no rope or anything down here. They cleared everything out of the workshop yesterday. And anyway, there are guards on the beach. Bond reflected. Then his eyes brightened. I've got an idea, he said. But first of all, what about the radar, the homing device in London? Won't that pull the rocket off its course and back onto London? Gala shook her head. It's only got a range of about 100 miles, she said. The rocket won't even pick up its signal. If it's aimed into the North Sea, it will get into the orbit of the transmitter on the raft. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my plans. But where can we hide? One of the ventilator shafts.
said Bond. Come on. He gave a last look round the room. The lighter was in his pocket. That would still be the last resort. There was nothing else they would want. He followed Gala out into the gleaming shaft and made for the instrument panel which controlled the steel cover to the exhaust pipe. After a quick examination, he threw over a heavy lever from zu to out. There was a soft hiss from the hydraulic machinery behind the wall, and the two semicircles of steel opened beneath the tail of the rocket and slid back into their grooves. He walked over and looked down. The arcs in the roof above glinted back at him from the polished walls of the wide steel funnel until they curved away out of sight towards the distant hollow boom of the sea. Bond went back into Drax's office and pulled. Then Gala and he tore it into strips and tied them together. He made a jagged rent at the end of the last strip, so as to give an impression that the escape rope had broken. Then he tied the other end firmly round the pointed tip of one of the Moonraker's 3 fins and dropped the rest so that it hung down the shaft. It was not much of a full set, but it might gain some time. The big round mouths of the ventilator shafts were spaced about 10 yards apart and about 4 feet off the floor. Bond counted. There were 50 of them. He carefully opened the hinged grating that covered one of them and looked up. 40 feet away, there was a faint glimmer from the moonlight outside. He decided that they were tunneled straight up inside the wall of the site until they turned at right angles towards the gratings in the outside walls. Bond reached up and ran his hand along the surface. It was unfinished, rough-cast concrete, and he grunted with satisfaction as he felt first one sharp protuberance and then another. They were the jagged ends of the steel rods reinforcing the walls, cut off where the shafts had been bored. It was going to be a painful business, but there was no doubt they could inch their way up one of these shafts, like mountaineers up a rock chimney, and, in the turn at the top, lie hidden from anything but the sort of painstaking search that would be difficult in the morning with all the officials from London round the site. Bond knelt down, and the girl climbed onto his back and started up. An hour later, their noise! Christ, he was going to faint. The water. Must turn it off. Got it. No. Pipes burst. Steam. Smell. Iron. Paint. Get her out. Get her out. Get her out. And then there was silence. Silence you could feel. Hold. Squeeze. And they were on the floor of Drax's office. Only the light in the bathroom still shining out. And the smoke's clearing. And the filthy smell of burning iron and paint being sucked out by the air conditioner. And the steel wall is bent towards them like a huge blister. Gala's eyes are open, and she's smiling. But the rocket? What happened? London? North Sea? The radio. Not all right. He shook his head, and the deafness slowly cleared. He remembered the soap. Gouged it out. Through the sound barrier, travelling perfectly, right in the centre of the radar screen. A perfect launching. Afraid you couldn't hear anything because of the noise. Terrific. First of all, the great sheet of flame coming out of the cliff from the exhaust pit, and then you should have seen the nose slowly creep up out of the dome. And there she was, like a great silver pencil, standing upright on this huge column of flame, and slowly climbing into the air, the flame splashing for hundreds of yards over the concrete. The howl of the thing must have nearly burst our microphones. Great bits of cliff concrete looks like a spider's web. Terrible vibration. And then she was climbing faster and faster, 100 miles an hour, 1,000, and... He broke off. What's that you say? Really? And now she's travelling at over 10,000 miles an hour. She's 300 miles up. Can't hear her anymore, of course. We could only see her flame for a few seconds, like a star. Sir Hugo must be a proud man. He's out there in the channel now.
Is he
The submarine went off like a rocket.
What? Is he in
Must be
Fleming
doing more
British?
than 30
Yes.
knots, throwing up a huge wing. Off the east Goodwins now, travelling north. She'll soon be up with the patrol ships. They'll have a view of the launching and of the landing. Quite a surprise trip, that. No one here had an inkling. Even the naval authorities seem a bit mystified. C&C Law has been on the telephone. But now that's all I can tell you from here, and I'll hand you over to Peter Trimble on board HMS Merganser, somewhere off the east coast. Nothing but the pumping lungs showed that the two limp bodies in the creeping pool of water on the floor were still alive. But their battered eardrums were desperately clinging to the crackle of static that came briefly from the blistered metal cabinet. Now for the verdict on their work. And this is Peter Trimble speaking. It's a beautiful morning, afternoon here, just north of the Goodwin Sands. Calm as a mill pond. No wind, bright sunshine, and the target area is reported clear of shipping. Is that right, Commander Edwards? Yes, the captain says it's quite clear. Nothing on the radar screens yet. I'm not allowed to tell you the range we shall pick her up at, security and all that, but we shall only catch the rocket for a split second. Isn't that right, Captain? But the target's just showing on the screen. Out of sight from the bridge, of course, must be 70 miles north of here. We could see the Moonraker going up. Terrific sight. Noise like thunder, long flame coming out of the tail. Must have been 10 miles away, but you couldn't miss the light. Yes, Captain? Yes, I see. Well, that's very interesting. Big submarine coming up fast. Only about a mile away. Suppose it's the one they say Sir Hugo's aboard with his men. None of us here were told anything about her. Captain Edwards says she doesn't answer the orders lap. Not flying colours. Very mysterious. I've got her now, quite clear in my glasses. We've changed course to intercept her. The captain says she isn't one of ours. Thinks she must be a foreigner. Hello? She's broken out her colours. What's that? Good heavens. The captain says she's a Russian. I say. And now she's hauled down her colours and she's submerging. Man, did you hear that? We fired a shot across her bows, but she's disappeared. What's that? The ASDIC operator says she's going even faster underwater, 25 knots. Terrific. Well, she can't see much underwater, but she's right in the target area now, 12 minutes past noon. The Moonraker must have turned and be on her way down. 1,000 miles up, coming down at 10,000 miles an hour. She'll be here any second now. Hope there's not going to be a tragedy. The Russian's well inside the danger zone. The radar operator's holding up his hand. That means she's due. She's coming. She's coming. Phew! Not even a whisper. God, what's that? Look out! Look out! Terrific explosion! Black cloud going up into the air. There's a tidal wave coming at us. Great wall of water tearing down. There goes the submarine. God! Thrown out of the water upside down. It's coming. It's coming. 125. 0 plus. 200 dead so far.
sat behind me, like we're reaching back like this and trying to take things out of my suit coat, but there was nothing in there. And then the guy from the restaurant came over and said, those guys were pickpockets. So now you tell me. So that's not a good story when I'm saying just leave the bags. Look at them, they're all lining up to get on a submarine. Oh, wait a minute. He announced it. I bet you Fleming modeled his narration of what was going on after the Hindenburg disaster. I mean, it seemed very much like that. Have you ever listened to that? Where the Hindenburg's coming in and the guy's standing there with a microphone and announcing its arrival and it blows up? Well, the Russians are baddies, and in the Cold War they were doing all kinds of nasty things with each other. So I don't think it's too much of a leap. Do the Russians think things through enough to know whether that was good or bad or whatever? Yeah, I guess showing that you're a Russian. Well, here's
you have an opportunity to make a nuclear strike against your adversary, and you can claim it was someone else and not even you, and weaken your close neighbor enemy, and it just doesn't make sense.
The flag part is the only part that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
But maybe if a nuclear explosion would go off in London in 1952 or whenever that book came out, there's only one of two places it could have come from, the U.S. or Russia, because they're the only two countries at the time that had nuclear weapons. So if he's going to blow up, if Fleming really likes the idea of blowing up London with a nuclear explosion, he's got to get a nuclear bomb from somewhere. And I was always trying to figure out, did Krebs design a nuclear bomb? And no, the Russians just gave one.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the Russians should have been kept completely out of it, and they just built their own. You're taking this next exit.
But I don't know if you can build your own. Which one? On the far right?
Next exit. 32.
What I really did like, though, was Fleming did a pretty good job of fleshing out every aspect of this
Slight right onto the ramp
of this
to
story and all the
Asheville, then turn
interactions,
right onto
and
Little Rock Road.
I think this one was really well thought out.
Yeah, I thought the level of detail in the beginning of
Turn right onto
the
Little
story
Rock Road.
was fairly tedious.
The bridge part.
All the describing of different peoples was,
But that's
Tough.
Fleming. I mean,
yeah, but it's still tough to get through, and it didn't change anything. And then it definitely toned it down a bit as the story got.
well, once you got by the introduction of everybody,
Yeah.
he could tell a story. Right?
Yes, I think you went straight. So that sculpture thing you're going around it to the right.
So this one is recognized as one of the top four, I'd say. Casino Royale, Moonraker, From Russia with Love, On Her Majesty's Secret Service are sort of the top of the Fleming list. And I think this is number 3, but I'm not sure. The third book. Because the first one was awesome. Casino Royale is awesome. And what really made Casino Royale the movie great, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it's a great flick,
Yeah.
but one of them is, other than being modernized, it follows the Casino Royale
Yeah.
story almost identically. Okay, I'm not going to do long term. I am going to do daily. Oh, wait a minute, I'm dropping you off first, aren't I? How
Yeah.
close are you to being able to go?
I can pretty much walk out the door right now.
Okay, and I have to put my sunglasses into something.
Do you want me to just leave you your suitcase? Or take that?
5 to 7 minutes to get to the terminal?
In a quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to continue on Josh Birmingham Parkway.
I want daily east-west.
Okay.
Daily north. Daily east-west. Well, let's see if I've got a reservation only.
Are you doing a loop back around of all this?
Oh yeah, sorry. I guess I'll figure this all out myself later. I keep on thinking, park. Well, I could just take you parking with me.
I think it's going to be easier for me to just do this. I might leave you with your suitcase,
You could
though.
get one of those cards.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get past all these guys.
are the cards?
I don't know.
Well, why don't you just use your credit card or something?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
This morning, when he quit, or she fired him or something? You know what it is.
Hi. Did you just stumble upon
I
me?
literally parked right there, but it took a while to check out.
Oh, really? You gotta take all the pictures and stuff?
And the lockbox. And I can see like
Backdrop American.
on the.
I need a second.
Why don't you just leave your camera like that and record the bag and check it out down the ramps?
Would I get it back at the end? Is there? Do I do it on the same one as you or my own?
I think we can do them together, but I can't seem to get on there.
Okay, you want me to
Daddy?
save mine?
Sure. Oh, let me scan mine.
Are you gonna need to go? Checking in, ma'am. You good? We're gonna have to consolidate and check some of the bags that they got. Okay. Got too many. We'll consolidate you down. Good morning, gentlemen. Y'all checking in?
Yeah, can we do all four together, or do we have to do two?
I'm not sure. Are y'all together in the same reservation?
Yeah.
Sure. Just push up. Now, come in. Did you check both names?
No, it didn't give me a choice.
Oh, it did? Okay. Let's y'all print them out.
So, you're on your own.
Who's going to?
Didn't give me any options.
It says wait. Okay, you put the confirmation or you gonna do it? You can do it right here. Take your watch off. Pull it all the way up. You got it. Yeah. Did you do the other person? Oh, you already got it, okay. And then you're gonna go straight ahead.
No. I got one William and one Charles.
Send me my boarding pass because I don't have it.
So 15 will open, but right here is
Can you hold these for a second?
Spare battery.
put it on you.
All right.
Chicago on the day trip, ended up being an overnight.
All right, this is Charles. Can I see your ID,
But
please?
it was in June. And I'm thinking June is going to be good. It was like the beginning of it.
Okay, thank you very much. You got 3 bags, all of which bags are full total.
Yep.
All are going to box.
Yep.
And did you get 3 of these or just 2?
I got 2.
Weird. Huh?
I didn't check the names. Prior Charles.
Yeah, I checked 2 bags and it put 1 on you. And then, well, it's not even worth trying to figure out. Good to go. Figuring it out will just keep us here for a while. And I'm going to try and drink this before we...
Are we all set?
We're good to go? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. See, now they don't have a line that just says, unless we're supposed to go to special services, it's usually it's priority check-in is like, and they don't seem to have one. So we're basically going in through security 2 hours in advance.
Yahoo. Said TSA free this way.
That check-in, checkpoint. I have a funny feeling there's no need to be there,
Is there even a...
except for the line that I see.
My guess is there isn't a checkpoint down here.
Well, it says checkpoint 3 right there.
Oh. Well, Yahoo.
Oh, here's the special check-in. But we did it. We can do it on our own. We did it.
Does it matter the airlines that it says?
I don't think so. I mean, look, there's American planes down there. The secret, don't tell anyone there's no one ever in line here. Who in their right mind? Wander all the way down.
Yeah. All gates.
What's that?
Hello. Not you.
Right there.
Well, you made the right call on that. I'll say. Do you have a real ID yet?
What?
Do you have a real ID yet?
Yeah.
No.
Driver's license.
No, I don't. I get the option if I want to pay an extra $50 or something like that.
In theory, they don't want to do it for you.
No, that's not till May. But I brought my passport just to be safe. And it worked coming here.
You have a passport card or the whole thing?
Whole thing.
Oh, we're gonna get it.
Yeah. Oh.
Come over here, sir. Number 2.
Sir, 92 all the way down. Alright, sir, you are good to go. You have a good one, okay?
Thank you. You as well. Right through here.
Yes, sir.
You have any laptop, iPad today?
Yeah, I got an iPad.
Just take the iPad.
All right.
And then your jacket, set case, and shoes and going down.
All right.
Do you have any large electronics today?
I do.
And jacket, shoes, and that one. Come on down. Do you have any large electronics?
Belt.
Then you look at your belt, take a look at it in the front of it.
Okay, let's go to that. Well, what date are we? Hey, look.
Nice. I'll eat the lunch.
Why don't you check out the freebies first?
Yeah, that's true.
No, let's just check them out. Do you have a gate?
Can you hold this for a second? No, I'm pretty sure it's only B6 though.
Hey, look, Wicked Wheat Brewing right there. We could have saved our visit.
And there's a Shake Shack.
What?
And a Shake Shack.
Oh, good. Well, I had no
I think we're B6. What? I like all the rocking chairs everywhere. Well, here's this.
Yep. It's the big one too.
Hey, you gonna tell me you look like AJ from Asheville?
It's all good.
Welcome in. Hey, girl. Oh, you ready, one? You look like you're. I'm Rhonda.
Rhonda.
You're done?
And I just want to see your boarding pass, sir. Welcome in. Is there any flight information you need, Mr. Pryor?
No, but he's a guest of mine. Thanks.
Do I need to scan? Thanks.
And just look at your.
We were here for 6 hours of delay. We actually found a pretty good nook and cranny. Yeah.
Nice.
It's somewhere. Right about. Is it here?
This is where you and I came last time.
Not the. Now that I'm thinking about it, let's just look a little further. No, that was it. That's definitely where it was. But we can go anywhere you want.
No, I'm fine with it here.
You watch a little color.
So you would think.
Yeah.
You watch my laptop while we
Yep.
visit the restroom.
Excuse me, sir. What's going on in your phone? I'm a programmer, and I wrote a program that tries to dispatch data over different phones. So I'm on a trip, and I'm just trying to test it and get feedback, see if it crashes and stuff of that sort. Looks crazy.
They do have a lot for lunch, including mac and cheese, if you're interested.
Nice.
Yeah, I would imagine there's another Annie Ann's in this main thoroughfare. It's right out the door. But you might not be able to get back in.
That's where we were without you.
Yeah.
Do you know what this is off the top of your head?
I think it's all lowercase passport.
Passbook.
I think so. Oh, but it might have changed today because it's the 1st of March.
Yes.
Look for that. It's on that. I got it. Thanks.
Passport, capital P.
Yes. All it takes is one mistake. So you know what Kevin did his whole career as a profession?
He did wine distribution, or
Yes, so he's like an expert on wines, liquors, and beers. Hence why he's like, I don't know if you noticed, but whenever we talked about it, he went into like all kinds of detail, no matter what the subject was. I mean, if he did, I don't remember while you were there. So, University of North Carolina are playing.
Yahoo.
They're playing against. Oh, it's against Indiana. Oh, there you go. That's a classic lineup. Oh, no, lineup. Matchup. national embarrassment the first term. This one's worse. An hour and a half till we board. So we did okay. So when I download and click on a file on this laptop, it sends me right into not Google Sheets, but the Google Sheets viewer, because it's a CSV, and then I have to say go into Google Sheets. But when I do it on my other laptop, it sends me to the JSON editor and says
The desktop at home.
What?
You're talking the desktop at home?
Yes. And for some reason, well, then the JSON editor says this ain't JSON, and it gives me an error message. So I actually have to then go open up Sheets, import CSV, and go through that whole rigmarole. Whereas when if I do this,
Oh.
so I have to go in here and say save as Google Sheets, which is what I want to do because that's the easiest way. But for some reason on the other machine, and I can't change it no matter what I do. Can I grab a cent or something to eat?
If you see a chocolate chip cookie up there, grab one for me.
You want mac and cheese if I find it?
No, I'm all set.
We also have brownies if you're interested.
Thanks. Is that the mac and cheese?
Mm-hmm. Might get a coffee or something.
Okie dokie. Can I give you my plate?
What would you like?
Okay. feel stiff from walking.
Is that a question or a statement?
Question.
A little bit. But much better. Do you have a power adapter for the plane?
Do I have like a plug?
Like, could I get some power if I'm running low?
Yeah. I mean, you can use this, and it's USB-C.
So are all your CSV files the same?
No. That's kind of the point.
No, I mean from the same run.
Oh.
Like, will I find if I click on an earlier one, different columns and different logic driving what's in it? Or do you, well, I guess I can look at the page, February 23rd.
I'm pretty sure they're all uniform. I think,
Okay.
didn't you have me add some stuff in though?
No, that's January 14th.
You had me add some stuff in though.
Yeah, okay, so I need to look at the last one to get the most recent.
Or no, you made me make a new file to add the new stuff in.
And where'd you put it?
There's some folders. Go sort by this and go up to the top.
Sort by what? That?
Yeah.
Modified?
There you go.
Oh.
So those are all and can be deleted or moved into, but make sure they're
Well, let's
all.
delete them just because it's cleaner that way.
Okay.
I won't get confused again.
Yeah. I'm just
Oh, it only does pages at a
Yep.
time? What? It's tedious.
similar to, so when I was doing sharing, for each month,
You've got hundreds of them. Does that make sense? That unbelievable.
Yeah. See if you can make the page have more. Hit the settings.
Well, let me delete first, and then I'll play in the settings. Not a feature.
yeah, I can go for this. Yeah.
And here,
So I,
and take a look at that one. See, look how nice this is. I click it, and I'm looking at the data. Now, you don't have to create a file for everyone if you don't want to. You could have it just write another row out to a big file. So every
They're all
day-
in their own Lambda.
What?
They're all in their own Lambda. So I download each import specifically. Yes.
Okay, so what I have to do, these three things, I have to merge into.
so, the first one there is decent activity, yeah, it's not going to have. And then the next one is here. That's the only one I can I believe there are. So we're very close. When do we want to finish this and have it start working for real? This week in New Hampshire?
So, there's a couple problems of when to do it. I've got to take use of my other cell phone.
Take use of?
I have it for this month, so I've got to use it.
Okay. So you're driving around a lot of places.
Yes. I've got to watch all my things. I've got to try to find out the crashes that I have. There's a couple issues as well that I got to find out. Now, I'll start poking around in it here and there. And maybe when you're up in New Hampshire one day this week, I'll go over and we can work on it a little then.
Okay, so what I should do is get this down to a point. See, basically what I need you to create a thing. What am I looking at right here?
So I do think there's some problems with the whole Edgar 10 seconds that, aren't really revealing themselves yet, but they are there and they will be problematic.
So I think the longest run we're going to have, meaning either something's going to add up with the 10-second thing and Edgar's going to give you an error message.
So
or
it's
not.
10 per second.
Right, but aren't you waiting a second each time? Or no,
We took that out to try to make it faster. And this is only a problem at the very beginning. It seems to get better and you're seeming to stagger this a little bit better.
Yeah, right now I'm only giving you, since the last time I loaded data, what I need. Which pretty soon is going to be everything, because it's every 3 months. Now one question is, do we just tinker with this and not really do anything until the end of this month? And I just grab the next bulk file, and that and then we plan to put this in place from the day after I grab the bulk file. And then it's going to be the smallest amount possible, because it'll only be ones that have come in that day. Casino Royale, where he took the bomb off and put it on the bomb maker, and then the bomb maker set it off and it blew up.
Well, I mean, Casino Royale was a little anticlimactic too, with some other guy coming in and shooting him.
Say that again?
With Lashif getting shot by someone else. Right?
That's what happens in the book, though. Like, the bad guys finally came and got him for messing with their money. And actually, it wasn't their money. It was Mr. White wasn't the guy who gave the money. He was just the guy who
Gave him his name.
Well, here's my biggest flaw is with Casino Royale. So these guys are in Africa or somewhere like Mozambique or whatever, and they're very concerned about their money. They give it over to Lashif, and he goes off and loses it. But about halfway through the movie, during the card game, they come chase Lashif down in his room, and Bond kills both of them. So Lashif's off the hook.
I'm sure they cut the head
Had
off
more
of
people
this
that cared?
snake, and someone else would be there quickly. It's not like it was just that one guy's family money; it was their operations money.
They were all
But
pissed.
I see your point.
But they never came for it. And, like, that storyline ended right there, and it switched over to Quantum or whatever, the secret organization that didn't exist, and they created Spectre out of.
Yes.
So I think that's what's so really fascinating is how they like to screw that whole thing up. But they really wanted to have something like Spectre. So they were heading towards it with the organization of Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace. As soon as they got the rights for Spectre, they basically threw that all out the window and figured out a way to work it into being part of Spectre. They like shoehorned it into the next movie. And then even went further in the movie Spectre to like connect every bad person that's been involved with Bond in the first 3 movies, as if they were all part of the same organization, which obviously they weren't, because they didn't have the rights for Spectre back then.
Yes.
I mean, that's more obvious to prove out than Darth Vader being his father. Bond does suffer now, even the old ones, where they made those movies assuming no one's going to see him again for another year, or 5 years, or whatever. The whole home DVD, pick apart every single scene and bit of dialogue to figure out if it really works or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you say like we just riding through goodwill of others. All
We use first class by 2 seats.
Bummer.
I think I see some conflicting.
Yeah, it's possible a connection doesn't make it and something happens.
I know. I think it's what that. So how do you end up talking to me? Just because he called you out of the blue?
No, I texted him.
Oh, okay. Right. So, he knows you, Morris. Yeah, I was wondering whether Wetzel knows Peter.
I don't know if there's anything for me to work on.
On the flight?
Yeah, I mean, anything else I'm going to work on is like serious mind-bending stuff that will take more than an hour. Decided if you're driving up tonight?
I'm about to check the weather right now.
Well, rain in Boston, but nothing in New Hampshire is what I saw today. And when we land, the rain will be gone. If not already gone.
No, the last time I heard from him, and when he called, he didn't Who knows? He's still in New York.
How do I do radar on this silly thing?
You go to the top. You just clicked on the home page, the weather?
Yeah.
No.
Gotta go into a website.
But, you know,
I guess. So if I get something different, I almost think I get something different. See, I get a weather map right on that tab when I click on it.
Oh. Well, might just be out of date software-wise.
There's a red flag warning in Charlotte. Let's go back to the location reading in Weston. What do you want for where in Weston?
Yeah.
We land at 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
3:30.
Mm-hmm.
no, he didn't bring it up at all.
And your blue is snow.
I bloody hope not.
Yes, it is. Well, let's do this. Well, it's less than 1/10 of an inch.
It's for Weston.
All right. So that's where you're starting from. Does Silver Lake have a spot on here? Or do you pick Tamworth? Or do you pick Madison?
On my phone, I do Silver Lake.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. Now, does it just pull it from Tamworth? I don't know.
Kind of weird. It's not moving.
Yeah, it is.
Well, there's something going on up there. And by the time you get going, it'll be at least 5 if you go to there. But at 5:30, it's gone. Look.
Yeah.
Your choice, though. You're obviously welcome to stay.
Thanks. I don't know. I mean, it looks like right now-ish it's a little south of us, and it looks like it starts moving upwards into it, which I guess should be all gone by the time I get on the road. But once it gets past now, it's just doing a predictive thing, and half the time it's right, half the time it's wrong.
But this would pass through tonight, do you think?
This is right now.
I know, but this won't affect your drive up tomorrow.
Yeah, I would say that would be tonight that would hit us.
What's that here? Nothing. Well, there's a big fire.
It needs to load. Will it is the real question, though.
Is this Apple weather or something?
Yep.
Did they just buy someone to do this?
I don't know. I mean, it's gotten really good in the last 2 years.
It's got really good this Thursday. I think there's all kinds of cool things you can do with weather. I still think the one gap in all the apps, or in most of the apps, is, well, what happened yesterday? Like let's say we're going to the Allagash and you want to know if it rained a lot yesterday.
Yeah, so I don't have an answer for that.
I'll just try to find yesterday's weather. It's hard. No one cares like what you've just been through.
There has been a 1.5 of snowfall in the last 24 hours. Today's total snowfall will be 1.5 the next 24 hours. So there you go. I mean, I can only see of the last 24 hours.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I think there was a like we did get I know. I really know.
persevere. And then I might do it on me.
Check if we'll let you back in.
It was fine. But we were clear on work requires. He said, well, and well, actually, one even like at the end. I looked at this email I got from her because I told her it's I has found it out.
So I was saying I'm leaving here.
What?
I was saying I'm leaving here after I come back.
Righties.
For the bathroom, which is now.
Yeah.
'Cause we
You're
got about-
leaving, going to Annie Ann's, and then you're meeting me at the gate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because we got about 20 minutes until boarding.
Right.
We got 40 minutes.
1:10 departure, half an hour before.
No, it's no one. It's 1:10. Oh, you're right. All right. Maybe I should go too.
I like those.
What happened to all the time?
Coffee.
I think this is the best one.
Well, you want me to hold your stuff? And I'll wait here.
Democratic. Yeah. that's true.
Other side. You just heading to the gate?
Yeah. My guess is you'll probably want on here, but you probably don't want to take that chance.
B8, yeah. Hi, could I do a salted pretzel and a small lemonade with no ice?
The old one, the big one? Or you want the nuggets?
No, like a big pretzel.
The big person? And the local lemonade?
Small lemonade, no ice.
Okay, 1 second, okay? Hey, maman? Ça passe après? Ouh, attends, j'avais les questions. Oh, c'est cinnamon qui était prêt. Alors pour le poisson. You wanna wait for 3 minutes for the poisson?
Alright.
Okay. C'est ça? Sans place party? Okay, good. Thank you. I'm gonna get a pretzel ball. This one. Big one. And small cinnamon sugar.
Say again?
Group 8.
Group 8?
You are Yusuf.
I'm with him.
Here's 1 through 9, welcome board. That's the wrong one. Can I have the one that says right here? We are really lost. That's your personal?
I don't know how to do it.
Make their own. Purchases time I spent participating paid. If I like stopped 2 hours early on Friday, well, I made this much then. I wasn't even doing it.
Yeah, that's when he said it's by the foot, it's really so they could have another area. So that tricked me completely. But if you weren't you could really take them by the crown, I feel like. You could walk it.
Once again, welcome aboard American Airlines. Expedite the boarding process. Please be seated as quick as possible. Don't join your carry-on. Also, take a moment to review the safety information. Your car in your seat back pocket. Passenger seat emergency exit roll. So also try to review the consider emergency exit. You may require an evacuation. I'm unable and willing to report those funds to those present in the car. Just ask once again, once you start your carry-on items, if you could please step out the aisle, allow other passengers to pass you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. You leave it open. welcome aboard and expect the boarding process. We're pretty close to departure time. We ask you please store your items as quickly as possible. Step out of the aisle, allow another passenger to pass you. Thank you so much.
The seatbelt sign is on. Please be seated and fasten your seatbelt.
larger bag in the overhead compartments. The next available space that you see because the back of the aircraft is getting full. Any small items such as book bags, briefcases, purses, and leave the seat in front of you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. boarding is complete, please secure the cabin for departure. Please install laptop computer device that has a keyboard attached and other go iPad. Also announce a good time to place your cell phones in airplane mode. Thank you.